Hello, hello. My name is Big B, and welcome back to Tiān 2, Episode 2. I'm so good at intros already. Um, so, last time, we had Estelle and Leanna return from a interesting adventure they had with a group of people beforehand, and they were greeted in New Pass with a large deluge of rain as they tried to find their way through a mostly whited out city with water. Entering a specific shop, they came across Justine's Just Keen scene, where they came across a new friend in Passeth, a fairy, with a very interesting contraption he has with him. After some shopping, they encountered a group of 6 burglars who tried to take from Justine's shop, but in doing so, ran into a lot of hardship. Some of that being cards thrown into the hand, some of that being arrows nearly completely destroying their entities, but mostly a harpoon. Uh, After said encounter, the party decided to go and find one Uncle Bartholomew. Traversing out into the rain, while it wasn't the most difficult with Passeth's invention, it still granted its own difficulties. After finding a city guard to arrest those that they did capture back in Justine's Just Keen scene, they came across Uncle Bartholomew, who seemed to be enjoying himself in a, let's just say, rainy day, snow day equivalent, sledding around and thoroughly taking in the time that he had with the streets of New Pass being empty. The group was then transported to Bartholomew's abode, in which they began to talk, Sirius with Passeth and Estelle, and Janessa with her sister, Estelle, when everyone seemed to, with the exception of the party, seemed to go quiet. And in came the hag, Gertrude, who was not very happy with the group, since the vast majority of them seemed to disappear. With her wits' end being reached, she gave Passeth an interesting device and made her want clear once more to defeat the Mad Maestro. With that being said, and Bartholomew's amusing expression aside, we begin again with the tale of Tiān 2. Before we begin, could I get you, Zolden, to describe your character, Estelle?
Yes. Estelle is an ASMR woman, uh, roughly mid to late 20s. She has very leaf themed clothing on. She has uh, portions of uh, her skin revealed, where in those spots when uh, channeling magic or when in a high magic uh, channeling situation, constellations, uh, tattoos of constellations start to appear. She has 2 bracelets on. Her left wrist has a green one. Her right has a blue one, to match her eyes, which are uh, both the same colors as the bracelets. Her left eye is green, and her right eye is blue. And she has a sort of um, headband with a tealish gem in it, as well as her hair is done up in a rather long ponytail that reaches down the to her upper back. Sort of like in that one spot where you just try to itch, but just can't quite reach it right without something to help you get it.
Okie doke. Uh, Next, could I please get Yumaru to describe Leanna?
Of course. I am Ismaru, and I am playing Leanna. She is a human rogue performer. She has piercing blue eyes, shoulder-length brown hair. She wears white clothing with gold trim that is oversized to help hide her movements and add her performances. Uniquely, she doesn't have boots on. She has foot wraps for stabilization for her tumbling. Almost always has a big smile on her face, and when performing, when she needs confidence, she ties her hair up into a ponytail. On her forehead is actually the item that she got from the hag, a circlet. She also has a pendant uh, that was a gift from her sister.
Okay. And Blinks, can I get you to describe Passeth?
Hello, I am Blinks, and I am playing Passive. He is a 6 foot, not 6 foot tall, 6 inch tall fairy, messy brown hair, looks like an average, kind of just peasant attire, a white shirt, brown vest, brown pants, brown boots. He has pointy ears, very elven features, but he's almost always a little bit dirty. And with different uh, appearances from other fairies is that he has dragonfly like wings, blue wings, and dragonfly antenna poking out from his forehead. And he has two robots, wooden constructs that one he pilots himself, that is his suit of armor, and one that is his box defender instead of steel defender. And there we go.
Good, good, good. Also, as an apology to the audience and to my players, uh, I am horrible at keeping voices consistent. I have a notepad that will remind me what voices to use for what characters. So, apologies as I try to get that down to a semi decent craft.
Oh, that's fine. I tried to be a dwarven fairy, but that's a little bit hard to keep in track.
Voices can be quite difficult.
Most certainly.
So, with all that being said, let us return to the scene back in Bartholomew's study, a wide library area with many tables, many books, many rows of bookshelves, as he just says, well, shit.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Well, shit.
Knew you were going to do that.
Well, we are definitely going to need to figure one thing out. Estelle is going to take out the glasses that she received from the hag and hold them out a little bit in front of her and say, the hag said that she couldn't sense everyone else, and she can probably, if I had to guess, she's doing that through these items. It's probably a bad idea, but I'm suggesting it anyway. Do you think we could probably get rid of that, or because
The
she would
second she
actually kill
can't
herself?
sense us,
Yeah,
she's going to freak out. I don't think we have too much of a choice, as much as I hate that.
I figured. Just wanted
Especially
to.
because she'll come right back here, since she knows
Last
how to
place,
get here
no.
now.
Yeah. I had figured that'd be the answer. I just wanted to suggest it anyway. And she puts the glasses back.
Yeah, I'd rather not make the scary lady angry at us.
Especially because she would just eat you.
Yeah, I'm bite size for her.
Yeah, yeah, that's very understandable.
Oh, a quick point of order with you guys. Um, I, hmm, at least in my history in dealing with magical items like that, they're either, well, cursed, which, given my history with Gertrude, I. That doesn't seem to be her style. Has anything happened when you've used those items before?
No, though mine also seems to always be on.
Um, Nothing extraordinary happened. I the first time I used them, I was able to read a language I didn't know, and the second time I used them, I was able to sense that this rain is very not natural. I wasn't sure what the magic was, but it was something strange.
And my circlet, while I'm wearing it, lets me understand any spoken language, and you know how bad I am with languages.
That is indeed helpful.
Really, I haven't really used this yet. Just got it. I tried putting it up to my ear to listen if there's any spooky voices or the like.
When you put it up to your ear, no spoopy voices, just cold, cold tool. Which, by the way, uh, most of the time when you would think of a tool that is made by anyone besides you, passive, uh, most of the time it would be something steel, iron, brass. But this one is different. It's a wrench in shape, but it's oddly reminiscent of home. Its color is gray, and it's solid and thick, but it's not steel, and it gives you a somewhat nostalgic feeling.
This feels a little bit like the Feywild.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You said you could read new things, correct? With those glasses?
Uh, yeah. I don't remember what language it was at the moment, but I couldn't read it before, and after I put it on, it basically translated it so I knew what it said.
How about this then? And he kind of reaches out his hand, and it looks like he's tracing over a bookshelf behind him. And he grabs a book, but it doesn't appear to be the book that's there. It's like his hand goes through it momentarily and pulls it back out. And he hands this book that is a solid maroon leather cover and binding. Its pages are tannish due to age. As he says, "How about you try and read this one?"
Right? Well, before trying with the glasses, do I perchance understand what it is normally?
No.
Okay. Didn't think so, just wanted to ask. So, Estelle is then going to put on the glasses.
Okay. As you put on the glasses and you begin to read, this scribbling that looks, while it looks like scribbling at first, it is in a defined order. It is not, random carvings of like a madman on a wall. It's definitely a solid language with letters, uh, unlike other languages that are more picture based. But as you read, you do look through the book and you are understanding the words before you. Give me an arcana check.
18.
18. Okay. Um, there's a couple of curious passages as you're looking through this book that you now understand its writings to. And a couple of key words that seem to pass your eye as you notice the words layers, as you notice the word fire, and you notice the word pit. And as you're quickly scanning through this, and just before Bartholomew takes the book away, as you seem to be comprehending what is written, you notice the word fiend. Well, it seems that you are quite the upstart on learning and taking things in quite quickly.
Okay. What exactly was that?
Oh, just a book from my old studies. Has a language not commonly used around here, so I thought, if it's the glasses that are allowing you to understand new and exciting languages, I thought I would test it out.
Okay. Huh. Interesting that you're studying. Uh, that you were studying fiends?
That was a lifetime ago. In my case, at least in your context, what feels like several lifetimes ago. But, nevertheless, we do see that it works. Leanna,
Yes?
And as he looks at you, there are words that are coming out of his mouth that, for a moment, you don't understand, but then you pick up on. Am I coming in clear to you?
Took a second, but yes.
Okay. And he switches back. Paseth and Estelle, you just hear him suddenly go, Rasa disimando. Well, it appears that at least the devices are working and they're not hurting you, which is thankful. I'm glad I'm glad I don't have to try and combat her magic. But about your tool there. Yours might be a little bit trickier to try and use. Try and be creative with it. Maybe something will happen, and if it's anything like Leanna or Estelle, we shouldn't have much of a problem. In fact, there might be a benefit to it.
Alright. I go to my my launcher arm and start recalibrating it, making it straight, and using the tool with it.
There's an odd reaction as your tool makes contact with your construct. It seems as though the very wood that it is made of seems to, for lack of a better word, straighten, as if the wood itself was somehow upgraded into a higher quality. Think of it going from a dilapidated oak to a somewhat young and spruce redwood almost in terms of quality. Not literally changing from wood style, but quality.
Oh, now that's real good.
What did it do?
The wood, it changed. It's stronger. It's better quality.
That sounds really useful.
It's extremely useful. I need to use it on everything else. I immediately go fly right into the barrel and start working on every other component of it.
If he's anything like Mom, this is gonna be a while.
By the way, Leanna and Estelle. Estelle, or at least I would say Leanna, would notice that the glasses that Estelle are wearing have a quick change, as the glass that was underneath that before did not have any kind of guard or I'm forgetting of the word of the glasses that goes around the lens.
The rim?
Right.
Rim, thank you. Jesus. The rim, instead of just being free on the bottom and there not being one, it seems that there's a little sparkle of a sterling silver there now. And Estelle, you would notice on Leanna that the already sterling silver of her circlet has now changed ever so slightly to a more vibrant white.
That's new. That's interesting.
Yeah. Your glasses have changed a little.
Oh, that's not what I was talking about. Your circlet is brighter silver now. Glasses
Huh.
changed, and she takes the glasses off and looks at them. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Bartholomew, can you take a look at these and see if anything's actively changed with them?
Yeah, of course. Just give me a second. And he'll go over to you first. And as he starts casting, there's a smaller, meeker voice that kind of perks up. I feel like I'm a little bit lost at the moment. Um, are are you going to go out and kill someone?
They're less of a someone and more of a force. As far as I understand, they've already tried to kill us once. Um, it's it's a mess and a half, sis. It's
And what does this
definitely.
have?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm just a lot to take in. Uh, so what about Alayla? I mean, Mom and Dad are looking for her, but are oh,
We're also going to look for her while doing this, because I think it's all connected somehow.
But at this point, it'd be more surprising if everything weren't connected than if it were. Oh, I
okay.
wish there were just one giant azure toad for our lives. For out of character context, uh, old lore reference to something that was mentioned off recording. How there's a basically a folktale that if you're lost, to look for a blue or azure toad and it will lead you to the path, and that's what this is a reference to, one giant toad for lives.
Well, now looking over this circlet, from what I can see, the enchantment on it is indeed a comprehend languages spell, but there's something different about it. Something more specific. And his eyes flash for a moment, and he looks over to you, Estelle, and he then peers over to uh um Passeth's machine. This this is interesting. I have to test this out. Estelle,
Yeah? Yeah?
I need you to think of something specifically. But when you try to speak it, babble.
What?
Don't
Uh,
speak any language, just babble, but have something clear in your mind when you do.
okay. Um, Estelle is going to think uh, of sun, moon, stars. Sun, moon, stars, and it's three clear, separate words and thoughts. It's just practically gibberish.
And as that gibberish comes out, Leanna, it's almost like you're projecting a daydream in front of yourself as you hear this gibbering, but in front of you, you see the brilliance of the sun switching over to the beauty of the moon, which is, oddly enough, you feel like the figure itself is almost cradled, the moon, in soft hands. But then it changes again, and you see a dazzling display of stars. And it repeats over and over for as long as Estelle speaks.
Sun, moon, stars. I can. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're thinking?
Okay, yeah, that's exactly right.
I saw images depicting them, like the moon cradled in soft hands, the brilliance of the sun, and a dazzling flashing of stars.
Huh. Okay.
Okay. So if that's the case, then, and Bartholomew will go over to Estelle and start examining her glasses. So, did you not? Is there anything at all that you know about Alayla? Anything that anyone could go off on, or something?
We know that she's at a castle, or at least will be, or around one. What did we end up calling the castle again?
Uh, oh yeah, that's right, because I changed it. Uh, uh, that was the castle not to be.
She's at the castle not to be, or at least she will be at some point. She's around there. Never heard of it before.
And your little sister just looks extremely worried and a more self-directed frustration. Well, now, these glasses, that's interesting. How could I test this out? Hey, Paseth, the fairy fella.
Poke my head out of a random nook. Eh?
Can you bring your machine thing over here?
Okay. Pokes his head back in, the barrel by it, stands up and walks over.
As this about 2 foot tall construct walks over to Bartholomew and Estelle, Bartholomew turns over and says, now, if you'd be so kind, would you be able to take a look at his bot real quick?
Okay. So we'll put the glasses on and closely inspect the box bot.
Okie doke.
Her
Can,
toes.
can you roll me an investigation check, but can you roll it as if you have expertise?
Okay. I'm going to. There we go. And if I remember correctly, the glasses also give me advantage for something I'm examining within 1 foot of me. Would that also apply, or is it one or the other?
Yes, that also applies.
Okay. Uh, 23.
23. You look at this bot, and your eyes, for a moment, seem to just peer through it as you look into its interior and you see vines and you see the wood, you see the magic that's coming from Passeth that allows this thing, this construct to move. You see the interior workings. You see a magic that isn't quite like yours, as it's not quite a nature-based magic, not exactly. And it's similar to Bartholomew's, but again, not 100%. It's fairly unique, and it's different. Not concerningly different, but if you had to guess and you had to put it together, this is similar to like the magical tracings left behind when Cirrus would talk to you.
I can see the magic making this thing work. It reminds me of someone else, actually. Very similar things. Oh, wow. Okay.
Passeth stops it from being in the pose and starts looking up very concernedly. You can see what I'm doing with it.
I mean, not perfectly. I can see that it is powered by magic. I can see that it's very familiar, very fey feeling. I I'm not sure what the intricacies are, but I can definitely see that it exists.
I'd say that I like that.
No, sorry for uh, I I don't know what for, but uh, yeah.
So, for all intents and purposes, Leanna, you can, if you wish to make a note on the circlet has now also given you the capabilities to understand your party members at all times, regardless what language they speak or if they can speak at all.
All right. As soon as D&D Beyond stops freaking out.
I'll make sure to remind you if it takes a while. And for Estelle, you are now granted expertise in investigation.
All right.
When you use the glasses.
All right.
I was
Have
able
that
to
written
write
down.
my notes.
Well, that's one worry we can scratch off at least.
I wonder what caused them to get stronger and if it'll happen again.
That
Maybe it was just using them? I mean, it's not really, I don't think it's that out there of a concept. I mean, we get stronger through fighting, through using our abilities, through basically using ourselves in a high stress environment. So maybe this is something similar. Use it enough, the muscles get exercised, they get stronger through use.
I haven't really heard outside of stories of magic working that way. And it being like legendary objects.
Huh.
Have you, Jenny, or you, Bartholomew, heard of anything like that?
Jenny will just kind of ponder for a moment and kind of shake her head, her hand kind of covering her mouth, the longer robe that covers her hand blocking her face as well as she just kind of dejectedly shakes her head. But Bartholomew taps his chin. I mean, it's not unheard of. Magic, just as in people, in objects, can also grow in power. My greatest concern was from its source. I am not. I cannot say for 100% guarantee that a hag will give you an item that won't have any drawbacks, but if she needs you for something, I can't see why she would give you anything that would hinder you, or at least not warn you about it beforehand.
When we first met her, I was with the stories that you have told us and stories that Jenny has told and that we've heard, I was able to get some insight into her, and she's being as straightforward as a fae can be. She is doing everything straightforward, no subterfuge. She wants this taken care of, and she wants to go about it without tricking us.
If she's worried about something, that's a whole nother concern.
Yeah. She's worried about the seasons changing.
Well, I would need to do a little bit of investigation into this myself to understand exactly what she could be getting at, but I'm
Well, we met somebody at Ember Hollow who was going to try and get the seasons to advance, and the Mad Maestro killed them because even though that is the Maestro's goal, to get the seasons to advance and whoever's their patron to get the seasons to advance, they want to be the ones to do it.
So it's ego.
Very much so. Ego and being entertained. Before we fought the Maestro initially, they wanted us to show off, to entertain, to do something. And I did my best act, one of my best juggling acts, and it barely held his attention for a minute. Like, he and whoever is in charge of him want things a specific way. They want things their way.
Sounds like a narcissist.
Yes, very much so.
But I don't want to give you false speculations or anything that would get your hopes up or make you less confident in your abilities. As right now, I think it's time I put on the old hat and went back to studying a little bit. It's what hour is it? It's probably late at this point. I'm sure you've had one hell of a day already.
Yes.
Well,
Quite fun of a day, except for when the hag showed up.
well, obviously you're free to stay here. Get as much rest as you can, and it's weird. For the first time in a long time, you're seeing a look on his face of less of concern, but more of just bafflement. And he says, "If you need me, I'll be around. But for the moment, get some rest, and maybe I'll have something by morning."
Hopefully, because regardless of whether or not you have something, we're going to need to go. We have a lot that we need to do.
Exactly.
Leanna's going to turn to Janessa and just wrap her in a hug again. Not going to disappear. Going to tell you. Like I had intended previously.
She just silently hugs you back.
And I haven't forgotten my promise. I'm going to ask him to tone down on the stories.
She chuckles. So, with that, Bartholomew kind of, with a questioning look on his face, takes his exit out of one of the myriad of doors leading in and out of this room, and leaving you three with Janessa still in the largest study of the house.
Stella's going to look around at the different doors and think out loud and say, probably should have asked him which way to the bedrooms.
Jenny and I can guide us, provided he hasn't changed the configuration since last I've been here.
That would be greatly appreciated. Hold on one moment. I want to do something really quick. And Estelle is going to go over to the nearest table, and if there are things on it, sort of just stack them up and set them to the side a little bit, and reach into her one of her bags and pull out a book of constellations, uh, and open it up and begin to do what is a small sample of a fortune reading, uh, in specifically in this case it's going to be for her, and the way she does it is that um, she has the book open to a page, and she starts to concentrate on the uh, book, and it sort of flutters its pages around, and eventually the uh, rather uh, I'd say that they are visible but rather faded tattoos on her body start to get a little bit more filled in, a little bit more concrete and visible as she is channeling magic to do this reading. And as pages are turning left and right of the book, uh, they eventually will land on, as the reading goes on, it lands on certain pages, and the pages project a basic image of that constellation uh, up. And what exactly will those three constellations be? Let's figure this out now.
Are you doing a reading for yourself or someone else?
Uh, she was her conscious thought is that she's doing it for the future of the party, but the very subconscious thought is what's going to happen in my future, taking the course of actions that we plan to take.
Okay. Um. Now here is my lack of familiarity with Roll20 showing. Um, is there a way to do a specific dice roll?
Yes.
Yes. If you type /R, you type one, it's /R space, one number saying how many die you want to roll, the letter D, and then the number after that would be how many sides, quote unquote, there would be on that die. So, for example, /R 3D3 would give you three rolls of three-sided die, or it'd be three-sided die that exactly like that. It gives you three separate rolls that are totaled together with a minimum of one, maximum of uh three.
Can you
Using
give
the
Can you give me a roll, three rolls of a 1d22?
okay. So the numbers are 17, 5, and 1 from in that order.
That one looks absolutely terrifying. Okay. So that was 17, 5, and 1. Okay, give me a hot second here. Okay. And can you give me 3 rolls of a 1d2?
Okay. Would you like for them to be separate or
Altogether is fine. I just need to know the value.
okay, 3 rolls of 1d2.
Yes.
All right, slash R 3d2. A 2, a 1, and a 1.
Okay. So that is give me a hot second if you guys want to talk for a minute. I need to write some stuff down.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the plan?
Uh, the plan for the immediate future is, please correct me if I'm wrong, we are planning to, uh, if there's anything left we want to do in town, finish that up, and then head out of town, where Estelle will lead the party to her home.
Yep. And either here or along the way, find more about the castle and try and figure out how everything's all connected.
Stars and family disappearing and reappearing mysteriously. There's hag issues that we have to deal with. Insane composers. No, that the insane composer is the Mad Maestro's off-brand counterpart.
And then there's also Estelle wanted to see if she could do something for Janessa.
That as well.
Well, again, I'm happy to help wherever I can. I guess you have no choice but to accept it, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah. Sorry about getting you dragged into dealing with the hag. Worried
Oh,
about
no,
that.
that's fine. If anything, this is all interesting. And this can be a benefit to all of us. I just go back to working on the barrel and the box, meticulously going over all the parts, seeing if it upgrades everything.
Oh, I love how things just fucking fall into place.
The dice have their own stories to tell.
So Estelle,
Yes.
as you have this moment of focusing on the book, and the pages flipping back and forth, the sound of the pages echoing in the fairly quiet library, only the sound of rain from outside making any other noise. The first stop that you notice is the is the stop on the hopeful, the constellation. And you look at it, and the first thing that strikes you is that this symbol is upside down. I'm sorry, I did forget. Did you want me to elaborate deeper on this, or is this something that you wanted to extrapolate yourself?
I would like it if you would please to elaborate a little bit further as to potential meanings of what inverted hopeful could mean, and then from there, Estelle could take that usual interpretations of what it means and then apply it to what her reading is for.
Okay. So, the hopeful, usually when that star sign appears to someone, it is an indication of someone embracing the positive, the good, the basically forward perpetuating emotion that drives us not backwards but forwards. It is, just so I'm not rambling too long, basically, yeah, a bright future ahead. But upside down, there's a sense of holding oneself back, a loss of that optimism, a loss of that joy, that hope. It doesn't seem to be there. The second card is the Elder. And, or not card, constellation, is the Elder. And that one is right side up. And the Elder is a sign that a sense of stability, of keeping one's nose clean, if you will, and keeping oneself forthright is the prominent path at the moment. It's basically the symbol of wisdom, to know oneself and to know the difference between right and wrong. Okay.
Inverted hope. Yes, sorry, I'm mumbling.
No problem. You got the second one?
Yep.
Okay, so then the third one is the Wizard. And that is also right side up. And this constellation represents the ability to communicate effectively what you need to do, and also having the equipment and tools to do so.
Okay, that is. Oh, that is great.
I could not believe it when I saw that. I'm like, wow, this is fitting.
Yeah, no, that makes way too much sense currently with yeah, no, that is great. So, uh the after getting those three constellations, inverted hopeful, the elder and the wizard, uh Estelle is thinking uh in general terms, yeah, inverted hopeful for her is definitely making sense. She's usually bright, optimistic, always going forward, but recent revelations have definitely taken some of that brightness away. Definitely caused her to doubt herself, doubt others, doubt what way is the best way to move forward. The elder, uh, that her meaning basically right and wrong for basically knowing, um, as you said, for basically keeping your nose clean and to just do the right thing no matter what. She's taking that as sort of, you know what to do. You might not acknowledge it, but you know what's right, you know what to do, so do it. Wizard being, you have the tools to move forward. Y- You know what to do, and you have the ways to do it. So why are you hesitating? Why are you afraid? That's the way she's interpreting it, at least.
Beautiful.
So yeah, after doing that, she closes the book and gives a little bit of a sigh. Uh, it didn't take anything out of her really. It's more of a sigh of just relief rather than exhaustion or exertion. All right, that's what I figured. I guess I just needed something else to confirm it for me. Uh, then kind of realizing that, oh yeah, other people are probably curious about what that was, considering how it was just rather urgently done. Um, she stands back up and, looking towards the rest of the party, uh, offers, "Oh, that was just a little uh, constellation reading that I was doing. Would uh, would anyone like me to read for them?"
Asta pokes his head out from one of the nooks again, but this time from the box. Like, oh, he's one of those fortune tellers?
Oh, yes. I it's less fortune telling and I like to think of it more as getting a glimpse into either what can be or what will be. It's a little hazy if it's a definite thing or if it's a vague path or if it even will happen, but it's
Glimpse of possibilities. That's what you've always said about your readings, right, Jenny?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. Leona mentioned you do tarot readings. They're pretty much exactly that. Similar, uh, similar meanings and interpretations, just different methods.
Exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much just the same thing. I never thought of translating it to the constellations, though. That's really cool.
Oh, oh, are you okay?
Leanna's gonna gently stroke Janessa's back after she starts coughing, just try and help her through it.
Thank you. Sorry,
Uh,
that comes on every now and again.
I
uh,
noticed.
Estelle is going to walk over to Janessa and before actually doing anything, she's going to ask, is it I think I have something that could maybe help, but I wanted to ask first if it's all right.
Janessa looks at you, Leanna.
Leanna will nod. Can't hurt. And she's family. She'd never hurt you.
Right, right. Yeah. Go ahead. Whatever you need to do.
All right. Uh, Estelle is going to uh her uh blue eye on her right side will shine a little bit. She uh says something in a language I don't think anyone would know. Uh,
Circlet.
yeah, circlet. Yeah, I know it, but I keep forgetting it. So, uh, would Leona know what the language is, or just what is being said?
Just what is being said.
Okay, so, Leona would understand that Estelle says, uh, under her breath, please let this work. And then uh, a more confident sounding, uh, basically, the exact phrasing escapes from me as soon as I think of it, have to say it. Uh, but it's basically a phrase of, uh, let this holy magic heal or something along those lines. I completely forgot what I was going to say, but as soon as I thought of it, it was out of my head, but that's essentially what it is. And she is casting Lesser Restoration using a second level spell slot.
Okie doke. A couple of things here. Did you say uh did you say that in druidic or celestial or
Um, she is saying it more so through Celestial.
celestial? Okay. Um So with that being the case, let me just take a look here, because definitions are very key. One condition.
Oh.
Did you notice something?
Oh, no, you're fine. It was something out of game that I said, oh, at. I remembered something. You're fine.
Oh. Okay. Because... Okay. So, as you focus your energy and you place your hands gently on Janessa's shoulders, there's a pulse of white light as your words are muttered and echoed, and the pulse runs through her body. And almost like something being scanned, it goes up and down. And there's a moment, a pause, a break. And Janessa looks back up to you. Did anything happen?
I tried to cast a healing spell. I guess it didn't work. Wasn't something that it could affect. Sorry.
Roll a medicine check real quick.
Oh, okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So, you're quite clear that your spell eliminates pathogens, viruses, bacteria, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, perhaps, if it's not something from the outside in that is affecting her, perhaps it's something starting from the inside.
Okay. Well, it may not have worked exactly, but at least it gives a little bit more information. Whatever is causing you to be sick, it's definitely not something outside affecting in. It's something inside that's going out, if that makes sense.
Great, so I'm just defective on a biological level.
You're not defective.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying that what I tried didn't work, so maybe once I learn something that could maybe be stronger, that hopefully that would work.
I understand. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And she gives you a small hug.
Estelle kind of freezes for a half second, uh, still not being used to, uh, more than two people being family, and just gives her a hug back, very gently squeezes.
Leanna joins in and makes it a familial group hug.
And as you guys hug in this moment, I'm going to pass the camera a little bit off to Paseth, who currently right now there's some crazy shit going on in your machine. As you're kind of tinkering around and adjusting some things, adjusting some settings, you're getting feedback that you have never gotten before. It to to put it in modern terms, it's the equivalent of getting into a 1968 Volkswagen and turning on the car, as opposed to getting into like a 1968 Ford Mustang and turning on the car. There's a power to it. There's an excitement almost to almost every facet that you start to tinker with.
This is so amazing.
Is there anything he would like to do at this time to test his abilities?
If there's no one got hurt, is there any uh is there anything that if I shoot at it, I would be able to repair with mending?
Oh no.
I mean, you're already super capable when it comes to wood and fixing any kind of wood construct, so there are a lot of tables around here. A lot of them with books on them, but there are a few that are just completely cleared.
I go to one of the empty ones, and aiming at the leg, I fire off the harpoon.
At the hand, extended out with, I believe it's 3 fingers on the hand,
Yep.
you, in your pilot's chair, flick a finger, and faster than you are normally used to, the hand and the harpoon shoots out almost quicker than you were comprehending. You are a very smart fairy, though, so you're able to take these things in pretty quickly. And in the matter of a second, the harpoon is already in the ground, past the table leg, and the table actually has to take a like Japanese swordsman reaction for a second, as it almost doesn't realize it's been hit, and then it tips over.
And I rush over and mend the leg.
As
Chaos scripted.
as you guys were embracing in the hug for a moment, you hear the clanking of footsteps, and then in just a quick second, a harpoon shooting out of past its construct so fast, and then him quickly hurrying to mend it.
Somehow not the strangest thing that I've seen happen here.
Why am I frightened by the implications of that statement?
Bartholomew has experiments and illusions to tell his stories.
Uh-huh. Well, um,
Hey, at least this tool is on your side.
at least And Estelle's going to gently pull away from the group hug and say,
Leanna will let go. No issues.
"Well, it's getting late, and I well, I think it's getting late. I'm just getting kind of tired, but
We had a long day. Yeah.
yeah,
Let's retire to the bedrooms and get some rest. I'll carry you, Jenny.
yeah, I can help out too."
You two both kind of walk side by side as you're kind of holding up Jenny as she's sickly, and there's a little bit of a pout on her face as she's not super keen on being treated like a child, but she also understands the situation, so she reluctantly goes along with it.
I know you're not a full I know you're not an invalid, sis. I just want to do this. Show that I'm here for you. Make up for disappearing.
It's okay. I understand. And I'm assuming Passeth is also wishing to retire for the evening?
No, I have a new toy.
Oh,
I'm probably going to stay in this the study area working on everything, and then eventually through just time passing just pass out.
okay then. Uh, as the group kind of disperses, and Estelle and Leanna, you both help Jenny to her room. Going through the doors, you notice that it's a lot more showy than it actually provides function for. There's a lot of doors, but there's also just like one kind of square hallway that wraps around the library that they all lead to, which Jenny would mention in passing, and Leanna would recollect that Bartholomew would bring people into the uh, library to show off some of his dazzling displays, and the myriad of doors was kind of just a way to kind of have that avant garde, weird, otherworldly kind of feel to it. But like a lot of his magic, it's all a trick of the mind. Uh, and as you bring your little sister to her place, you two, I'm assuming, go to your own places of rest.
Yep.
Okay. And as you both rest for the evening and Passeth continues working, I think I will start with Leanna.
Okay.
So, as you drift off to sleep and dreams take you, you are actually, since you are now in dreamland, I have multiple music tracks I can pick from. I have
Oh,
to.
that's not at all terrifying.
Oh, I. What one should I take? Uh. Hold on 1 second. And I will. I'll do this one. This one seems fine. Come on. So, Leanna,
Mm-hmm.
you seem to arrive at an old house. Despite the fact that your consciousness has now started in this house, you are aware that it's almost abandoned. There aren't any houses nearby, there's barely any trees or foliage, it's just grass and a path leading up to the house. It looks hundreds of years old. It's decrepit and falling apart, yet somehow still standing. And you have just walked through the doorway. Going through the house, something compelling you to. You look and you notice the staircase to the right leading up to a dark upstairs landing that you can't quite see what's up there. And looking to your left, you see a wall of paintings, of pictures, yet they're all faded with dust and the blank canvases that come with time. And you continue walking forward, and then you hear a voice. A voice familiar, yet odd, as you hear the familiar, breathy voice of Alayla. Well, now, we'll begin the bidding, shall we? And off in the distance, to the back of the house, you hear Alayla speaking in an auctioneer speed. And she's saying something, but it's hard to make out. It's jumbled and messed up. And as you walk forward, getting closer, the creaking sound of the floor getting louder, and the space seeming vacant and empty, you turn a corner, and there is a room filled with people, much bigger than the house should allow. And they're all sitting, looking up at Alayla, as she seems to be pointing at different members of the crowd, as seemingly accepting their bids. And even weirder than all of this is that you get a look at your sister. You remember the raven hair, you remember the darker eyes, but you never remember her having a handlebar mustache like your father. An oddly curious sight, if you will.
Yeah.
And at this moment, you kind of feel yourself understanding this is a dream. And now you have control.
Do I see what she is auctioning off?
You see her standing on a stage, a podium in front of her, extending her fingers and arms out to random people in the crowd who seem to be lifting up signs with something written on the other side. But you don't see what she's auctioning. It just seems to be a blank stage.
Can I focus on the stage and see if I can use dream logic to make it clearer?
As you focus on the stage and try to brighten it or see past the shadows that seem to be permeating it, it seems to just be a vacant stage with only your sister on it, as the shadows seem to just temporarily push aside, and when you see that, they come back.
Do the people in the crowd have faces that I can see, or are they just faceless masses?
They are the latter. As you approach, None of them seem to have faces.
Now that I'm a little closer, can I see the signs that they're raising to bid and see if I can read what's on the signs?
The signs contain numbers. You see one sign that says 23, one sign that says 62, one sign that says 74. It seems to be random.
Is there one that nobody is using that I can grab?
I'll say that as that thought crosses your mind, there does appear one in your hand, yes.
And is she still is Alayla still pointing and taking bids?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Leanna will walk forward and raise her paddle high with whatever number happens to be on it.
As you move forward, the creaking sound of the wood beneath you making more and more noise, you raise your paddle high, and Alayla does look at you and does point, but stops. And then there's a big smile that crosses her face, much bigger than any smile you've ever seen her give, as all of her teeth are showing. Human teeth, not jagged or animal-like. A very human smile, but a wide smile. As she looks, and the tone in which she is speaking slows down, and she says clearly for you to hear, "I'm sorry, but displays on sale cannot bid for themselves."
That's what I was worried about. Leanna's then going to flick her wrist and draw one of her special cards.
You draw one of your special cards. Would you like to roll for which one, or do you choose which one?
I think it's fitting if I roll for which one, so I'll roll a d4 and let you know which one I've drawn.
Thank you, thank you.
2. That would be... the without.
Oh, that was the one I was hoping for. So, as Alayla finishes her lines, and as you, in a moment of understanding, while not necessarily a threat, but a situation that requires serious attention, you draw one of your cards, the one card that has worked for you already. And Alayla looks, and the smile only widens as she says, "How fitting. It's like I'm connected. We're connected. We're
Family.
connected."
I'd hope we'd be connected.
And she says this, "We're connected, we're connected." And you hear the voice again as you turn to your card and you see Alayla's face, this time without the mustache, on the card looking at you. But this time it's no longer a smile, it's a frown. Her brows are furrowed with anger, and she keeps saying, "We're connected, we're connected, we're connected," and your dream ends. Estelle.
Yeah.
Let me find another soundtrack.
Um, I had myself muted during that just so my comments to myself, if I say them instead of think them, wouldn't disturb. My last comment was, What the frick? The very end. Oh, this is
Welcome,
fun.
welcome to a fairy tale. So, let me see. I think this one will work. I think so. I do not have all of these tracks memorized by heart, so we'll see. Let's see. This might be a little bit too bombastic for what I'm intending. Nope, this one's good. So, Estelle,
Okay.
as you drift off to sleep, you feel, as your eyes are closed, yourself drifting and drifting and weightless. You feel a control over yourself that you've never had. And as you exercise this control, but for a moment to open your eyes, you are greeted with a cosmic song. A line of stars as bright as the sun itself, not hurting your eyes, but embracing you almost, like a mother cradling a child. And you feel this weightlessness, and you feel this control, and your body rotates in this space, and you look down, and before you, you see a vast expanse of land, of water, and a familiar shape, as below you, what feels only like miles, but is actually almost light years, is your home, is Tiān 2. And you drift, and you look, and at this moment you feel the control. Not just that the dream has given you, but that revelation, as the dream is now yours.
Okay. So she feels in control. Does she feel... Do I feel control over anything that I've never felt before?
You feel that the connection that you've called upon before, that gives you, that allows you the power that you've exercised, is now somehow more firmly within your grasp. Like someone that is learning how to skateboard, who couldn't do a kickflip before, is now doing a 360 McTwist with an ollie. It's a control over something that you weren't out of control before, but is now focused, dedicated.
Okay. Estelle is going to very slowly start to tap into it, at first to the extent that she has before, and then feeling that there's more, slowly start to tap into more of that feeling. And it's a slow process, but eventually, when she gets to a point when she starts to feel as though it's too much, she'll stop but I honestly, in this state, she doesn't know if there is a thing as too much. It might just be absolute total control, absolute total power over whatever this is. So she might just slowly, gradually, making sure that nothing goes wrong with it, go through to 100%.
Okay. As you begin to tap into this resource, this reservoir of power, you notice, as per usual, the constellation tattoos starting to form on your body, your arms, your hands. You see them down on your legs, and they extend as this power seems to swell at a gradual pace, something that you do have control of. And the power becomes more and more, and you can feel that the cradle that you were in before seems to almost hold you tighter and tighter. Despite the fact that you feel this control, you feel a warmth, so warm, like a blanket, keeping you safe. And as the power grows and grows, there's a familiar tune that you begin to hear. Tell me the tale before I sail, all through the night, a thousand eyes, Tell me the tale, watch them sail, they are the night, the thousand eyes.
And Estelle, is it coming from a certain direction or is it just directionless?
It's everywhere. It's not loud. It's not like a boombox in your ear just blaring. A it's like listening to the wind during a storm. It's just encompassing.
If if she starts to recede from tapping into the power, does it get quieter?
Do you recede from tapping into the power?
I do not know.
The choice is yours.
She she is going to be very careful, very cautious, and stop it where it is currently. And hearing this, even though it's omnidirectional, she is still looking around because the last time she heard that song, then that was the night the maestro played his own tune, I guess I'll say. So she's very careful, very cautious. She doesn't know if it's coinciding with the tapping into the power or if it's like directly proportional or if it just so happened to go at the same time. So she is sitting, waiting, listening if it goes away, and staying at the current level.
It doesn't go away, but it's not getting louder, and it doesn't feel as omnidirectional. It, from tell me the tale, it sounds more like tell me the tale, tell me the tale. It sounds softer, gentler, but it doesn't go away.
Uh, if it were to give a percentage, very rough estimate, what control level of this power would she be at, roughly, at this moment?
1,000.
Okay, that is, uh, hmm.
This is more control than you've ever felt. This is beyond full. This is extra. This is more. This is something gratuitous yet welcomed.
Coming to that recognition of this is more than she could do normally, even if she were to go to 100%, this feeling right now, currently, she's afraid that whatever this is doesn't have a limit and is wondering where it's coming from and is just looking out to the stars, just thinking, is this you?
While not,
And sorry, go on.
as she looks out to the stars, while not responding verbally, there is the silent recognition that there is a, how do I put this? There is a understanding of her decision to stop. Did my my music stopped. Ah!
There we go. Now I hear it again.
Okay, good. So there's a it feels to her like there's a conscious recognition that she stopped, and what almost feels like an understanding underneath that.
Okay, now that she is where she is currently, can she look down to herself to see if there's any physical change now that she's tapped into this so much?
Your tattoos are a almost a bioluminescent blue. Like you've, as a druid and as someone that has a connection to the earth, you've seen various different kinds of plants and fungi who at night, in the darkest nights, have glowed this very, what some might call ominous and some might call soothing glow, as they are brighter than before, as they actually have a light. You are emitting a light almost like a star itself.
She received an understanding, seemingly from whatever distance there is, whatever is out there, understanding her wanting to stop, her fear of whatever this is, recognizing that this is way so much. So even though it's not directly responding, it may not even be a direct thing to address. Actually, Before I say that, you said earlier that Estelle felt from the stars seemingly a warmth, a comfort, a an embrace, so to speak. Is there, now that she's at this level, does it feel any stronger, or is it still the same presence? Is it still a warmth? Is it still a gentle embrace, or does it feel more like heat? Does it feel more strong of a hold?
As you decided to no longer increase this power, increase this energy that you've tapped into, that warmth that you felt before fades, and there is a coldness, not one of rejection, but almost like letting go.
She doesn't like that feeling. She's oh no. Feeling that it's leaving, she's going to be very uh very careful and acknowledging that it's probably a terrible idea, start to increase it again. Just wanting something to be there, wanting something to be there with her, for her. This has felt more controlling, more powerful. She's literally never felt anything remotely this welcoming or friendly before. She's increasing faster than before, and still careful to see if the singing returns and is louder again, but if at that point it might be less of a fear of the maestro than of being alone.
As you take it upon yourself to understand the situation before you and desperately wanting that embrace, that feeling of belonging, you notice that as you try and tap into that power, while the power you have right now has not left you, you aren't increasing in power anymore. And as you understand somewhat that what you were doing before wasn't working, you feel yourself being pulled and pulled and pulled down faster and faster as you look down and you see Tiān 2, you see the planet that you live on rocketing towards you as you go faster and faster, and it ends. Past Seth.
Oh boy, it's my turn.
What the fuck will I pick for yours? Okay. I will pick. You know what? I'll pick this one. Let's see how this one sounds. Oh, maybe I should turn on the volume. That would help. Okay. So, Passeth, as you were working well into the night, you're so excited by your new finding and this new energy source that you can tap into. Hours seem to go by and your eyes begin to get heavier and heavier. and eventually you find yourself drifting off to sleep as well. But for you, you find yourself less in a situation of a... Hold on, that's really loud. I'm going to adjust that. Okay, that's a little bit better. As you find yourself falling to sleep, you are brought back not to a dream, but to a memory. As you are brought back to Crystal, a day before you left. And you enter a pub, a very familiar pub, and flying in this case, there's the familiar greetings of the people all around, mainly dwarves, some humans, a couple of orcs, and you notice, before anything, you notice a shawl sitting at a counter, just drinking from a tankard casually. What did Passeth do?
He would probably fly right next to her and start drinking with his own mug, of course. Is she looking sad or anything?
No, she's just looking kind of placid. No real expression on her face as she turns to you, and a small smirk crosses her lips. I was wondering when you were going to find me.
You know, there's only a couple places to look that you would be.
Fair enough. So, usual today?
I think we should get something special.
And she slams her fist on the counter and she's like, "Barkeep, we're celebrating." And the barkeep, who's another dwarf, turns around and says, I heard you. Keep your frickin' pants on. And the barkeep begins to start serving up some more quote-unquote fine dwarven ale, as he would tell you that all of his ale is fine.
Of course.
So, I heard that you're leaving.
Sadly.
What is it that you're looking for, Passeth? And that's actually an odd moment, because she rarely refers to you by your actual name.
That probably stuck quite a bit in my head. You know, that's the fun thing. I don't quite know, but I'm excited to find out. There's so many mysterious things out there that I could use things that I can help and create and
I'm happy that you have that dream, and I'm so I'm envious of you. You have all the freedom in the world.
well, trying to get more freedom a little bit since with my size it's a bit difficult being in the tall folk world.
Oh, you can say that again. Oh. So, she looks genuinely lost for words at the moment. What? And she just stops, not being able to figure out exactly what to say.
I Passive doesn't know what to say either.
You both sit in silence for about a minute and a half, too, as the bartender comes back and refills the drinks that you've been sipping on. You know, Dranth is gonna miss you.
uh, I have a feeling that he's gonna hunt me down.
Why do you say that?
Oh, for how much I tease him, he's going to probably scour the entire world and just to try to get back at me. And I think he's a little suspicious of my breakthrough. Probably because he can't admit that I'm smarter than him.
There's a moment of her taking in what you're saying, and then an awkward laugh seems to follow. Yeah. Uh, Look, I'm not the sentimental type or the kind to baby ya, but I just want you to know to keep your eyes out there. It's a harsh world, and you never know what's going to be nipping at your heels.
This this might be the the fairy in me, and I fly up to her arm and give her a hug. I do love you, sister.
There's another beat and moment, and it's quiet as it's almost like she's thinking, and with a genuineness that is really rare for the dwarves and an emotional vulnerability, she kind of puts a finger on your head as you hold her arm, and she says, I love you too, brother. And your dream ends.
Oh.
Okie doke. It is
Alright, I'm sorry, go ahead. You finish?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I call BS on his dream being so much better than ours.
You have different worries.
Oh yeah, no, I have different worries too, but that's the first one that comes to my mind.
But given that it's, at least for me, 5:13, if for you guys on the East Coast, it's probably 6:13. Would you like to call a break for dinner and food?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okie doke. I will stay here and talk to the 3 people that are listening as you guys enjoy your dinner.
Alright,
See
see
you
you in
guys
a
in a
little
bit.
bit.
See you in a bit.
Yep.
So, everyone, how are you enjoying the show? I would like to say that I am so freaking excited to run this game. I love the whole folklore element. I love working especially with Fae. Fae is a weird thing because it's so easy to work with, yet so easy to mess up at the same time. And I am not arrogant enough to say that I haven't had a misstep already or two, but I love this so much. It's so much fun, and I couldn't ask for better players, and I am so excited to take this journey with all of you. And now that I am not royally screwing up with the recording, as I apologize for episode 1 being 1, split into 2 parts, and 2, not being recorded the best. Thank you for giving this another shot. Yeah, they're going to be gone for a little while, so I am just going to basically be here shooting the shit. I don't have bits to read like Twitch, so basically I'll be just going off on some things that I find interesting or exciting elsewhere in the D&D sphere. I'm also a big fan of Call of Cthulhu, so during these intermission times I might talk about that. I mean, I get a chance to ramble to myself. What more could I ask for? So, one thing that I wanted to talk about and just kind of get off my chest is I find half races, like half orc, half elf, to be so interesting. Yet I have such a hard time playing one. As a man myself who is half black, half white, I would think I would find myself really, really compelled by these character stories to be from 2 different worlds combined into one. And I I think it's more of the fact that I am just not drawn to how sexy they're made. Like half elves, obviously, like are always pretty, always having the most clear skin. Oh, at least a lot of PCs I've seen. Uh, they're very much on the attractiveness scale. They're at least a 7, and that's like a rarity from what I've seen. And in terms of ability, half elves are given so much. They're super popular to play with. So I I don't know, I find something so distracting as someone that is a a mixture of two different races, at least in real life, to have something that's so like, oh, you're the best of both worlds, so you're just automatically the best at everything. It feels, I don't know, it feels too much like a mathematical equation. It's all like, oh, yeah, you have the ingenuity of a human plus everything perfect about an elf, and you slap it together. And I would think half orc would be super compelling, but at the same time, like, I think it started with Ford, at least in the big populous sphere, because half orcs have kind of gone the same way, because they also have stupidly good abilities. They're also quite often used because of those good abilities, and there's a weird kind of imbalance, I would say, of how their heritage would actually affect how they are. It's this weird disconnect that, I mean, I don't play every single D&D game. I'm fairly certain I could be 100% wrong with everything I'm saying, but there doesn't feel to be that connection to what it's like to be of two halves and made into a whole. And I don't know, it doesn't strike right with me. And that's why I found, actually, weirdly enough, I found the half ogres. Uh, I found that to be, honestly, a really compelling race that should definitely be an official race to play as, because it's such an interesting. You don't have the beauty that half orcs and, well, starting off half elves and now half orcs have had a lot more traditionally attractive features from most D&D players put on them. So again, from what I've seen, purely subjective statement. Don't hold me to this as an objective fact, or me claiming that this is an objective fact. But the half ogre is so weird because, for one, since it's not a player character yet, or a playable race yet, you have that that original tie to the kind of monstrous side, which isn't really even a fair thing to say, especially with new D&D giving a lot more character in depth to quote unquote evil monstrous races, which I find hugely welcoming. But I love the half ogre because most of the time I can see people not making them just sexy to begin with. Not that there's anything wrong with sexy characters, but I like the fact that they can either look like normal people or a little bit less of the traditionally attractive people. And I love that their origins can come from more than just human and elf or orc and human. You can have a half ogre that has a ogre mother and a human father. You can have a half ogre that has a hobgoblin mother and an ogre father. The ogre is always constant, but you can have a parent that is a human, hobgoblin, bugbear, or orc. That is such a cool idea that the half part goes further than just two separate races. It goes to goblinoids, it goes to orcs, it goes to humans. That's so cool, and I think that idea really needs to be explored, because you can have two half ogres who look fairly similar but could have a drastically different family line, and I think that's so fucking cool. I've been looking on D&D Beyond for any, you know, homebrew races that might go along well with it. I found a couple, but you know, with the D&D Beyond homebrew, you have the problems of the race not being fully fleshed out, so you have to fill in proficiencies, languages yourself. So I would kill for an actual legitimate player character race. I'm guessing you guys are kind of sick of only hearing my voice, so I'll try and put on a little music in the background. I don't know why it doesn't keep looping. For some reason, this does not want to keep looping. It plays it and then it stops. And I don't know why. So let me play this for a moment. Let's see how good it sounds. Okay, that's nice. Gonna loop that. I gotta figure out though why Roll20 has this horrible not letting the music play. It keeps cutting out on my end. I gotta figure out how that works. But yeah, the whole half ogre idea I think is something that'd be really cool, having mixed heritage blah, 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 blah. Mixed ancestries, I guess you would say, that are more than just a combination of two races and then switching their genders depending. I think that's so cool. And then, of course, applying that to a character, like having a half ogre wizard would be interesting. Trying to overcome that bestial side to be a little bit more smarter. But it's not even bestial, it's just another people, another group. Some people who are better at some things than others. And I'm so glad that with the introduction of the more common sense approach to races that Wizards of the Coast are applying, that it comes off less as a racist analog for real life, and it just feels more like fantasy again, or at least maybe for the first time, I should say. Did I hear someone hop on?
Yes, I am back.
Welcome back.
I'm also back.
Oh.
Hey, and you know what would be terrifying?
What?
Half ogre, half bugbear.
That's got some long reach.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if I won't spoil that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's such a cool player character class that is 100% viable if you just make them a little bit shorter, because they're apparently like 8 feet tall at minimum, which is a bit much. If you just make them a little bit shorter, I think that they would make a wonderful and interesting whole new set of half races that would be really cool.
I would love to see. And that's kind of what custom lineage could have been, where you could have any race combination. Like, oh, my mother was a kobold and my father was a gnome. It was a horribly strenuous relationship, and now I'm a half kobold gnome, a cold gnome, if you would.
Oh, one, that is an awesome idea. Zolden, you're already back?
Yes, I am. Family was nice enough to have everything pre-made for me, so it was really quick.
Oh,
Nice.
well, then I guess this ends my halftime show for this week. Uh,
Half-time show, because I got a little bit of the half kobold, half gnome.
uh, okay, wow, that's working super smoothly. So then, yeah, let's waste no time and get back into things. So, as morning arrives, Estelle and Leanna, you wake up per normal. Uh, you get the benefits of a long rest, and you, I'm assuming you both will uh, convene after getting Jenny back in the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One small detail that I would like to say is that that dream ending at the very least was absolutely terrifying, so Estelle probably uh wakes up the scream, probably not too loud or too long, just very sudden kind of just waking up from a nightmare kind of a thing. And then after that, calming down, realizing, okay, dream, and then just looking at herself for a few minutes at trying to remember what that power felt like. And there's a longing for it, and that's worrying because she doesn't know what it is. Why does she want it? But she knows what it is and where it's from, but still it's new. And it was so much that eh, it's odd, but she puts it out of mind for now and gets ready as normal.
Who would you say comes into the library first?
Well, before that, Leanna, is there anything that specifically happens when you wake up?
She writes down her dream, so what she can remember, so she can talk about it with Bartholomew, Janessa, and everyone, because that seemed important.
Yeah, it's vivid and you recall the details to it pretty easily. Okay. As you guys collect Janessa, uh, when you get into the library, one would think Passeth would be awakened, but since he slept a little bit or stayed up a little bit later, he's still passed out on his bot.
Yes, but who comes in first?
Uh, who comes in first, you guys?
Um, huh. Wanna roll d20, whoever gets higher? I honestly have no preference.
I don't have any preference either.
All right. Well, I suppose I will take precedence then and say that Estelle enters first.
Roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's fun. Okay. 14.
That's high enough. You notice a bar of soap laying on the floor, and you carefully walk over it.
Perfect. Absolutely outstanding.
So
That's
you,
it. A little prank.
so you guys are greeted with the scene before you, Leanna and Estelle.
That was such a strange dream.
You too?
Yeah, my
Huh.
first vivid dream that I remember was so much more pleasant.
I don't remember the last dream that I remembered waking up. I mean, I've probably dreamed plenty of times, but I just didn't remember them.
This one just stood out a lot.
Oh yeah, same. And she kind of uh hugs her own arms and rubs them a little bit.
I'd
So,
want to wait until Bartholomew's here before talking about mine.
Yeah, she just kind of sadly nods, and something is very visibly upsetting her.
so, do you want us to ask you what's wrong, or
Oh, um, I mean, if you want to know, then sure, I'll tell you. I just didn't want to trouble you guys, I guess. But yeah, I'll
Your family, it's never trouble.
I guess I'm having a really hard time getting used to that. Okay, so I don't know where exactly I was, but I was with the stars. I was above Tiān 2. I was above everything, just floating there. And I felt really, really good. I felt this weird warmth of like the stars themselves were holding their own arms around me, and I felt in I felt control over something. I It was familiar, and I always have this. It's that starry form that I've used a few times, but it was just so much more. I felt it, I tapped into it, and it grew and grew, and it didn't. seem like it would stop, but I stopped when I heard that song the maestro was singing. Then I realized just how much of that I tapped into. My tattoos were glowing vibrantly, like there's there are certain types of plants that can glow in the dark, basically, and that was it was glowing like that, but just so bright, such a bright blue. And if I had to gauge a number, it was so much more than what I should have been able to do, more than if what I have been doing in the past so far is 100, then that felt 10 times more, and I could have gone farther. I was scared of it, and I stopped, and then I felt the stars understand that. I felt them pull away the warmth, the their embrace. I I tried to tap into it again. It wasn't rejection, it was quiet understanding, but I recklessly tried to tap into it more, to faster than I had up to that point. I tried to get more and more. I didn't want it to go. Felt welcome, belonged. I couldn't feel it anymore, any more than I had at that point. I couldn't get more. It wouldn't come back, and I started to fall to the Tiān 2, to the earth, and that's all there was to it. And she's visibly more upset, and as she was saying how the warmth and the comfort and the belonging was leaving, she was uh, gripping her arms tighter and very greatly upset by it.
Leanna walks over and hugs her.
Jenny, seeing the discomfort, tries to snake in between the arms that are clasping each other, so she's in between that tight grip now. Trust me, if there's one person here that can vouch for having a hard time after seeing something unpleasant, it's me. And these visions or premonitions or whatever, they're harsh, but the worst thing that can happen is letting yourself be deterred from them, by them. Trust me, it's not it's not an easy road to walk down, but when the time comes, it becomes useful.
And you aren't alone.
Loud snore.
She gives a quiet laugh after hearing that, squeezes just a tiniest bit tighter around the two of you, and very quietly squeaks out a thank you.
At that moment, the door behind you swings open as Bartholomew, with a large stack of books, comes in and says, "Okay, I think I have something." And on a, I shit you not, disadvantaged dexterity roll, rolled a natural one, fucking full on steps on the bar of soap, and just slides across the floor at breakneck paces. Passeth, you are immediately woken up by an old man screaming his head off as he is sliding. He slides into the wall on the other side, but the soap actually goes up the wall, and he's still staying on it, and he's still sliding up the wall, up the ceiling, going loop-de-loops, and he's just screaming the entire way. Wee!
Trying to get out of my mech as fast as possible to get the best show. I'm laughing my ass off.
I'll get you for this!
Jump and feather fall! Jump and feather fall!
My foot's stuck! How is it stuck to soap? This goes on for like a solid 2 minutes before he comes to a stop.
This is very much something Estelle needed right now. She was at first upset that she didn't pick it up and move it, but now seeing that there's no harm is feeling much better.
Oh, that was the best 2 copper I've ever spent.
He just kind of straightens out his purple robes and, has the book still in hand and puts them on a table and just goes, "You know this means war, right?"
I wouldn't expect anything else.
There's going to be so many more stories to come from this.
Well,
At least the news stories.
that being said, good morning, girls, he says to Estelle and, not Estelle, Leanna and Janessa specifically,
Morning.
and kind of gives a curt bow to Estelle and Passeth. Well, I've been looking into some things, and well, my library might not be as helpful as I had hoped, but there are a few answers that might help with this situation.
Any answers are useful.
Well, I am not 100% sure as to who this mad maestro might be. However, I was able to cobble together some reports about not sightings of him specifically, but ideas of the seasons changing and some things aligning with the idea that there's an arbiter of difference, of change, of chaos that may or may not be relevant to what you all are facing now. The specific information isn't really much more than that, that long ago foretold there was someone that was supposed to be a change to a land longing for it. But the specifics are with a researcher from up north, a researcher by the name of Richfield Longstride. And I found this to be precarious because he seemed to be a wielder of, and he gestures to Estelle, a magic not too unlike yours.
Huh. Okay.
Perhaps he belonged to a circle that perhaps yours of distant years ago, or perhaps a cousin. I'm not 100% sure.
That... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer relation than a cousin. Although it would certainly be another interesting family relation. Or revelation. I mean, I guess both would work, but anyway.
I don't mean to get your hopes up in terms of an actual... I meant more so that your circle might have connections to the circle that he either trained or was raised under. Kind of like two cities that are trade partners, if you will.
Oh, that also makes sense, and wouldn't be surprising.
But if I know anywhere in this country that would have secrets or more information, it would have to be Rustyard.
Okay.
That... a little ways away. Well, a little other side of the continent, but...
It's a goal.
nothing. It is certainly an objective to reach.
I mean, I hate to send you all out without more information, but I know that Rustyard is filled with some of the most brilliant minds today, so if anyone could help you more than I can right now, it would be them.
Well, you've certainly done a lot for us, and the storm that's outside, just in case, it's very not natural. I'm probably repeating myself here, but if you can, just keep us updated on if it gets worse or better, or maybe even what's causing it, because
I think I have some clue, a very small one. You said that, and I didn't get to say this all that much yesterday, Bartholomew, but I picked up the ability to do some magic myself. I'm not entirely sure from where, and it's really weird because she'll cast her mage hand, wasn't affected by the water, by the rain.
There's a series of emotions as you're talking. When you say that you have the ability to cast, there is elation on his face, and he just straight up chucks the books aside and he's super happy. But then as you go on further, he listens and listens. And you casted Mage Hand, right?
Yes.
He takes a look at it. Have you had any negative side effects since personally, your body, anything that is...
No, nothing negative. And I could do this before meeting the hag.
He looks at the mage hand, then looks back at you. There's a lot going on here. So, at the moment, I would let this be and finish what needs to be finished first. And again, he looks at that mage hand, and there's a look of query and worry on his face.
I've been mostly, since finding out that it was connected to someone that we knew previously who was... Did we know that Yarna was a warlock?
Yeah, Yarna said it many times.
Alright. Was told that it felt very similar to the power that the warlock we were traveling with magic. If not, like, feeling from the same source, but I made no contract.
Leanna, I will ensure that nothing happens to Jenny. But more than anything right now, I need you to stay away from the water.
Okay. We were planning on going inland anyway, right?
Well, if I remember my map right, Rust Yard is against the water, and we would have to...
Visiting your home.
Well, my home, yes, we're not gonna go anywhere near too much water, but in the long term, we probably have to eventually.
Just for clarification, Rust Yard is by a river, but it borders another landmass.
Ah, thank you. Apologies. Misinterpreting the map, but yeah. I mean, so slight amendment to that statement then.
Yeah. We weren't planning on going near any large bodies of water anyway, so it shouldn't be too difficult to avoid.
Good. And he takes a second to look outside, and Jenny actually follows his eyes, and you see the realization dawn on her too. Can I get everyone to roll a perception check?
Oh, fun.
Dirty 20.
15.
8.
8. You're still chuckling a little bit to yourself, Passeth, and the merriment from the scene before is still not completely gone. But Leanna and Estelle, you distinctly don't hear the sound of rain. Despite what the music that is playing sounds a little bit like there is no rain.
Huh. Okay.
I think you should go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might be best. Let's pack up and head on out quickly.
Yeah. Before it starts up again, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be in contact how we can.
I can
Yeah.
contact you, no problem.
All right. Good. Good.
All right.
All right? So, as Leanna would probably be the one to lead you out of the home, which is a oddly labyrinthian yet somewhat simple.
Before leaving, Lana is going to turn to Bartholomew and say, I know the stories are fantastic. I know we love them. But for Jenny's sake, since she's going to be here for a while, can you tone them down a little bit?
And with him, in this moment, if you had asked him like 2 minutes before, he would have responded somewhat typically. But in this moment, he just kind of, in a distracted kind of way, just nods his head and says, yeah, yeah, I will. Just
Thank you.
get to wherever you're going safely.
We will.
And as you leave this home, again, it's more laid out like a high school. Like, it has long yet wide hallways and a lot of places for storage, a lot of trunks and chests around. It feels less like a house and more like a school, kind of. Despite the fact that there are rooms and kitchens and whatnot in there, it's a big place. But to save time on elaborating on all of it, you guys leave, and the day greets you with bright sunlight and an almost cloudless sky as you guys depart New Pass.
I'm in wooden centaur mode. And if anybody would like a ride, it's there available.
Leanna's going to walk.
Estelle very much will walk. I mean, consider it. No, she needs to move.
Okay.
Can I get someone to roll me a survival check?
May I roll and may I use guidance?
Yes.
All right.
And can I provide assistance?
I'm going to say, for the sake of going forward on survival, because I'm operating a different way from normal skill checks, I'm going to say no. I want to just see how this works out.
Okay.
All right. Here is the survival roll itself, 17, and then the guidance for 1d4 is a 2, so a 19 total.
19. So the day again is sunny, it's warm, and as you guys are on the road traveling, there's definitely more life than you you, Leanna, and Estelle have seen from traveling from the coast, which there was just sand in mountains. You see the springing life of rabbits ducking in and out of leaves for covers. You see the hooting of an owl who is now just resting for the day as it was up all night hunting. And it's a somewhat pleasant return to form as you travel along the path, which I don't believe I've ever described before. The path itself is, in order to keep it distinct from the ground and the leaves that are already orange and green, that kind of would blend in with a black road or a brown road, the road itself is paved with a black dirt and rock. It is a pitch color, or shade, I should say, to keep it very clear as to what is actually road and what is something that could lead you off of it, especially given the residents that can visit from time to time. The day itself goes by easily, except for about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as you guys are traveling along a path. You hear arguing and grunting and weird communication. So initially, I would say Passeth and Leanna roll me a perception check.
Another dirty 20.
Perception's not my strong suit. That's a 6.
That's a 6. Okay. You hear sounds, Leanna. People talking, but not in a language that you are initially familiar with. And I'm assuming... Did I tell you that that's always active, or that you still have to activate it?
As far as I knew, it was always active, as long as I was wearing it.
As long as you were wearing it, that's right. So, it takes a second, but the delay ends, and you hear in the distance, "Oi, well, if you weren't such a fucking pus drinker, you waste of skin, we would have actually been out of here by now. But no, we have to wait for you, you weak, pathetic shite." And you hear, in response to that, "Well, if it wasn't for your mother being such a waste of space, we would actually have a competent leader." And so on and so forth.
Well, there's an argument up ahead.
Okay. Do you want to try to go around or see what's going on?
They're trying to get somewhere and just insulting each other back and forth.
Oh. Well, do you think they're friendly?
I don't think they're unfriendly, except maybe towards each other. I wouldn't necessarily say that they're friends, or at least would be friendly to us.
Want to risk it?
People from back home.
Do you want to risk it?
Would be either bandits or dwarves.
Has Leanna met dwarves before?
Oh, yeah.
Would she know that these are, like, in general, what species would be arguing based on like voice tone and the like, or
Like what subrace of dwarf, or
just dwarf in gen? Would she know that it was a dwarf in general?
I mean, it sounds like dwarves, yeah.
Okay.
It's just extremely vulgar for a dwarf,
Yeah.
though.
Sounds like extremely vulgar dwarves.
An average dwarf.
No, based on the ones that I've met, this is an extreme vulgarity.
Okay, so do I want to risk it that they're friendly, or do we want to just go around and not be bothered and not bother them?
I'd rather not get caught up in whatever's going on. We have things that we really need to do.
All right, well,
Oh, well, we could. I'd like to see if I can help at all.
They're insulting each other's mothers.
Average. Sounds about right.
well,
Oh,
I think we're analyzing the situation too much.
probably.
Let's just go around, and if we get noticed, then we get noticed, and we get dragged into it. We get dragged into it. But let's try to not.
I
Makes
mean,
Okay.
sense
that
to me.
this thing isn't very quiet. He pats the box and the barrel.
Well, then we'll just get caught one way or another. But let's try, yeah?
All
I just really want to get home.
Okay, can I get stealth checks from everyone?
right. This
All right. Guidance.
23. Not good at stealth, but not terrible at stealth as a rogue.
7.
Total of 11.
Okay. As Leana quietly sneaks by, avoiding a lot of the crunchier leaves or using her legs to kind of brush them aside as to make as little crunching sound as possible and make it more sound like wind. There's a paranoia that's gripping Estelle at the moment that is making it kind of hard to concentrate on just being quiet, and you're more focused on just not confronting, and the box bot is just stomping away. So
Crunch, crunch.
as you guys get close, you would see a group of dwarves, although these are slightly different, as these ones, their clothing and attire are jet black, and their skin is sallow and gray, and their hair is white, stark white. None of you have ever seen dwarves like this before. And as you guys try to pass, the leader turns his head and says, "Oi! You think you can just walk around? Show yourself." Only Leana understands this, though.
He wants us to show ourselves. We've been spotted, or at least noticed.
I'm not speaking in Dwarvish.
Nope.
Okay.
How many of them are there?
There are currently, I believe, 5.
5 of them, 3 of us plus the box bot. Seems frustrated. I think it's our best bet at this point, I guess, to just show ourselves. I'll play translator.
If a fight breaks out, then I like arms. And looking towards passive, if a fight breaks out, no killing.
Alright, alright.
Thank you. And then we'll follow Leanna's lead because she's the one who actually understands what's going on here.
Leanna will unstealthify herself and walk out.
So what do you think you're doing there, trying to sneak by, huh?
Mostly trying not to interrupt or get caught up in anything.
The leader just kind of looks over you, looks over Estelle, and then kind of stops when looking at Passeth, currently in his contraption. And Estelle and Passeth, you would see the leader point to Passeth, and Leanna, you would hear him say, "And what of that? What is that?"
It is a creation by one of my companions. He rides in it.
And he turns his attention to Passeth. "Oi, fuck stick! Can you hear me?"
Sadly, I can. And sadly, I can also smell you from all the way over here.
He is speaking Undercommon.
Do you
Did he
speak
say
common?
that? Did he say that in common, or?
He said that in Undercommon.
Oh, then take that back, okay.
He's just going
What?
ha la 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 at you, Passive.
What did he say?
He asked if you can hear him.
I can. Sadly. You speak a language I can understand.
Are you
Too dim-witted.
are you saying that in Common or Dwarvish?
Oh, let's say in Dwarvish.
He's immediately all of them are taken aback for a second, and they look at you and go, and switching to Dwarvish. Are you a dwarf?
No, but I have a dwarf family, and they taught me everything I knew, and they're a lot better looking than all of you.
So a pretender to a pretender. Oi, boy, I cannot imagine how much of an absolute piss stain you must be to be a pretender to one of the fake dwarves up above. He says that in Dwarvish.
I've never seen a dwarf like you, so you must be a pretender as well.
You ain't seen a dwarf, period. Not a real one. But maybe. The leader then starts to eye all of you. And as I say eye, he's also looking a bit uncomfortable, his eyes squinting a little bit as he's looking at you. Well, if you want to make yourselves useful, I got a proposition for you. Well, maybe less of a proposition and more of a directive. be nice and kind, and, well, you can be either make this easy or fun. Which one do you want?
What's
I don't
happening?
think I like your idea of fun. They're trying to make demands of us.
Question. Before I make the next comment, is there a singular hell or a plural hells?
Is there a singular or what?
Plural hells, like the 9 hells,
Oh,
plane kind of a thing.
9.
9, okay. Estelle then comments, oh, hells no.
Well, do you have an answer there, gobshite? Or are you just gonna waste our time? He's directed towards Passive.
I think we're going to respectfully decline. So if you want to make this fun for us, you better bring your A game.
Oh, fun way then. And with that, I need everyone to roll for initiative.
Oh, ba-da-dum-ba-ba. Go. Oh wait, I forgot to initiative tracker.
Hey,
Pretty good initiative. Oh hey, we tied. And I will defer to you because you have a
You
higher
tied?
bonus. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
that
okay.
means
Oh
the
yeah,
fun
that's
thing
right.
happens.
Ah.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust the music, and then we're going to.
And I am before both of you, which is very fitting,
Okay,
considering I kind of started it off.
Oh, they were going to start it regardless.
let's see. Why am I'm only getting Leanna's rolls? What is happening here? That's
Oh, that might be something with Beyond 20. Because Pasath is currently using Roll 20 exclusively, and I have the Beyond 20 extension, and it's really weird. Sometimes Beyond 20 sends it to only Roll 20, sometimes it does it in both. We both, Leona and I both got a 12, Pasath got 13.
okie
Yeah.
dokie. Passive. Slash SL. Okie doke. Let me start rolling some dice. Just so the people listening can understand what's happening. Currently, the party is on a winding road arcing towards the right, surrounded by rocks, leaves, trees, a fairly nature walk-esque surroundings. Let me roll, and there are currently 5 of the Duergar that are imposing themselves about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 120 or so feet away. So keep in mind that this conversation was held at a loud volume. Okay. 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So that is the hive, D1, D2, and D. Okay. So because for some reason my initiative rolls are stupid, and the only time I can roll a natural 20. The leader boy here, leader boy is going to march himself down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you guys see.
I have a question. Is there a map up on Roll20? Because I cannot see one.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. I have to shift you guys. That's a thing.
Yeah,
Aha.
Okay.
Thank you.
there we go.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. I was very confused by this too when I first used Roll20.
Okay. Yeah, that would be useful if you guys could see.
And I can't control my token anymore?
Okay. Why can you not control your token? Let's see. Nope, don't want that. Come on. Can any of you control your tokens?
No, I cannot, but I am able to bring out my own separate one, which works.
Hold on. I got it. I think I got it.
Technical difficulties.
Yep, I can control mine now.
I'm good now.
Okay, and then Passeth, let's get you all set up. Okay. You good, Passeth?
Yep.
Let me make sure you have control of your battle bot or your box bot too. Okay.
Maybe. There we go.
Okay, so as you guys are fully understanding, oh crap, these guys mean trouble, the Durgar in front is going to charge up and, mad at his stubby legs not carrying him very far, he's going to beat on his chest like a gorilla for a moment, and all of a sudden, like Super Mario, you see him go woo 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 woo, and he grows in size.
That's different.
Huh.
That's
Guess
the
this
first.
will be interesting then.
And the second one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, will do as his brother did. And then this one would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. As these 3 hulking figures now come out, standing what was before at about 4 feet, now 8 feet tall. Passeth, it is your turn.
Still in a quote-unquote centaur mode, both me and my battle bot. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Let's say about right there, and I will fire my harpoon at him.
Okay.
At the boss.
Okay, roll to hit.
Ooh.
What'd you
So
get?
The natural 3 for a 10.
For a
No.
10. As you unlatch the hand, the harpoon shoots out, but he hits it back, saying, "Oi, and I thought you would be more impressive than this."
Sadly, that's not the only trick up my sleeve, and I shoot a magic stone. It's only an 11.
And he swats that away too. "Oi, come on. Show me something worth fighting for."
That's the end of my turn, but my battle box can go one little bit further up and try to swing at him, which I need to look at the pluses. +4 to hit. $13 to hit.
13. It goes up, and the black plates that are on their body seem to keep it intact, so there's no damage being done.
Not rolling well tonight.
These things happen.
Leanna and Estelle, as this moment happens, you feel yourselves moving in sync, moving in time. You two can take your turns at the same time.
Okay.
So
So,
you can coordinate however you like.
all right. So, Estelle's going to actually, Estelle doesn't need to move at all to be able to hit them, I don't think, because it's a very long range thing. Yeah. That's 60 feet. Yeah, it's less than 60 feet. Okay. So, Estelle is going to say to Leanna, I'll hit him to make sure he's easier to hit, and then you hit him with one of those special things, yeah?
Sure.
All right. Estelle is going to bonus action go into her starry form of the archer and take a shot at the front Duragar on the left here,
Okie doke.
and starry form of the archer shot. That's an 11. Okay.
An 11.
Uh,
Go ahead.
no, if you're gonna give a description, I was just gonna say what I was gonna do next, but I can wait if you're gonna give a description of it.
I was just going to say that he sees the form before him, this umbral kind of figure that completely has escaped his years of experience and understanding, and he just dodges quickly out of the way, kind of taken aback by what he's seeing.
All right. And the next thing that she does is using her book of constellations as a way to focus this energy. She's next going to cast Guiding Bolt against the Duragar next.
Okay.
Please hit.
There
20.
we go.
20 hits.
All right. And that's 13 radiant damage. And now the next attack against him has advantage.
Okie doke. As you extend your hand after missing the archer's shot, he turns around and there's this glowing white energy shooting towards him, and it hits him right in the chest. You see the burn mark in his armor as he makes a loud grunting sound.
You're up, Lana.
Leanna's going to nod and move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25 feet. Draw one of the special cards and activate her Wild Cards Gambit. And let's see what happens.
Okie doke.
All right, 25.
25 definitely fucking hits with advantage. You get sneak attack.
Well, Wild Cards Gambit only activate. I use it instead of my sneak attack.
Oh, that's right.
and that is a 7 points of damage, which triggers the wild. And the card that I drew was Wildfire,
Okie doke.
and that is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Just figuring out where the hell I put it in my notes. I roll my sneak attack damage and add it to the Razor card's damage, and then at the beginning of their next turn, they take half of the damage again.
Understood.
So 3 damage, and he'll take 1 damage at the beginning of his turn.
Okie doke. This boy's looking rough as he goes down to one knee after the card hits him. A burst of flames over his body for a second as he yells out, "Oh!" He's looking rough. Is that both of your turns?
No, that was just my first attack.
Okay.
As a bonus action, I am going to throw another card at him.
Roll to hit.
11.
11 does not hit. As he bends down, the card hits his pauldron and bounces off.
What the heck is going on with Roll20?
Hey, good RP rules, bad combat rules. That's usually how it goes. I'm just affecting you all now.
Okie doke. You moved 25 feet. Did you want to make another 5 feet of movement?
Yeah, she's going to take a step back.
Okie doke.
And
And if I have action economy left to do so, Leanna's going to tie her hair up to keep it out of the way.
Understood. Estelle?
Estelle has not moved at all, so just in case anything would happen to anyone else, she wants to be close enough to heal, so she's going to be moving 5, 10, 15 feet to here.
Understood. As you guys have all made your moves, and as Paseth is being parried by this leader dwarf who's mocking him and trying to get under his skin, the dwarf from back here is going to 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go over here and, like his brothers, enlarge. The one back here, though, takes a second and actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and stays back. It is back to the leader's turn as he looks down and says, "What a shame such a thing has to be destroyed."
He takes another point of damage, if that matters.
You hit D2, not the leader.
Oh, I thought I hit the leader.
Oh,
Never
I
mind.
thought you were hitting the one Estelle hit.
I did. I thought Estelle hit the leader.
No.
No, she hit the one to the left of
Never
the
mind then.
leader.
Never mind then. My mistake.
Yeah.
Uh,
Don't worry, he's next.
The leader looks down and with a chuckle picks up his war pick, but the sunlight starts to get in his eyes as he goes to swing. And they get... What is the bot's AC?
15.
15. They get a 15. 14 just misses as he takes a swing and it goes right over the BattleBot's head. Boxbot, sorry. And goes, "Grr."
I have a head. I'm the head.
Curse you, bastard. And, let's see. Yeah, no, that's going to be his turn. As It goes to D2, the guy that you were hitting, takes another 1 point of damage. And he's looking seriously fucked up, but he's going to make it down here anyway. And I think he's going to take a swing at you, Passeth. With disadvantage. That's a 10.
Nah.
I'm rolling like shit.
Yeah,
We all are.
As he comes alongside, blocking his eyes, taking out his war pick, trying to hit you, he's getting frustrated as you parry off the hit, much like his leader did to Passeth. Okie doke. And D4 is going to 3, 4, 5. Can't hit anyone. So now that he's closer and has an idea of what's happening, he's going to take aim. Leanna looks small. He is going to take aim, take out a javelin, and he's going to throw it at you, Leanna.
Okay.
What's the fucking bonus? Bonus. To his 5. That's 13. Misses. He can't see in the sunlight that well. His whited over eyes reflecting the light as he tries to hit you, and you expertly dodge out of the way. Your acrobat skills paying dividends right now. Okay. And with that being said, Passeth, it is now your turn.
Very tempted to take down the already extremely injured one. I'm still going to focus on the leader instead. Shooting another harpoon. That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Let's fucking go.
That's 15 damage.
Okay.
With one shot. Just right in the knee.
He kind of bends down.
And then stone shot straight to the face as he's bending down. That's just a 13 to hit.
As he goes down on his knee now bleeding from the harpoon shot, he looks up and sees the rock coming at him and bats it away. You think you're funny?
I think I'm hilarious. And BattleBot's turn swinging at him. That's also another natural 20.
Fucking hell yes!
Had to calibrate.
Yeah,
That is
the
nice.
improvements are coming in real nice and hands now.
That's another 15 damage.
Oh, okay. So,
Non-lethally.
understood.
Thank you.
As Boxbot sees this fucking dwarf constantly batting away the attacks made by you, Passeth, there's an almost sentient anger to it as BattleBot seems to extend itself up higher than the dwarf itself at this point as he's down on one knee. And like an ant, the BattleBot or Boxbot lifts up one leg and crunch steps down on his head. And that the leader is incapacitated.
Yes. Yes. Let's go.
Is there an X anywhere so I can? Or
There
do I just?
is. It's
Yeah.
in the little circle thing. There's a red X that you can put.
Yeah. Right-click, choose the circle in the bottom middle, and then the X is in the upper right.
Yep.
The circle on the bar on the left. It
If
says
you right-click on the token. You
Oh,
should get
the token itself. No.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then it
There's
should.
a shiny orb down there that opens up all the status
effects.
effects things that you can put.
No, stop. I don't want purple dots over him.
Make sure you have the select and tool, the select move tool at the top.
Yeah, I
And
do.
So you click on the token, and then below it directly, there's a little orb thing, and it comes up the window, and it's the red X on the top right option.
I'm clicking on them and nothing's coming up. Oh,
That's weird.
why didn't it didn't come up every other time? There we go. Finally.
There we go.
Okay. So after that delay, sorry guys.
Hey, we're getting used to a new system.
Paseth, is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Leanna and Estelle, it is time for your combo round.
Second verse, same as the first. Saying that as a question.
No need to Guiding Bolt. I'm not going to use a special card right now.
Understood. Estelle will bonus action first. She'll use the starry archer form against the one that we've already beaten down pretty bad. Let's roll it. That's a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
For
go.
8 radiant damage.
As you pull back in your starry archer form, this bow made of constellations, the arrow itself made of stardust condensed, you let it go, and it shoots true at this weakened and just breathing heavily Durgar. And as it hits, there's a burst of light like a star being born, and he just and falls over.
All right. And let me see the range on that spell. There it is. It's 90 feet. Let me make sure that's 90 feet. Oh yeah, well within 90 feet. Actually, wait. Do I want to? Let me double check the spell description. Okay. So I don't know if they have advantage on strength saves while they're large, but it would very much help. I'm thinking of casting Entangle on either this one at the top, because he's doing something different, or one of these two. Actually, it's an area, so I could cast it on both, technically. But I don't know if they would be able to break out more easily because they're large. I don't know. Estelle is going to cast Entangle on this one, centered on him, the one that's separate from the others.
What's the DC?
Spell save DC is 15, and it is a strength save.
15. He rolled a 15 on the die.
Ah. Well, that's fine. Either way, the area around him becomes difficult terrain in a 20-foot square centered on him.
Okie
So
dokie.
either way, his movement is restricted.
5, 10, 15, 20. Jesus Christ. Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20. And then can I adjust it from there? No, I can't. Fuck me.
Oh, if you go back to the select tool, you'll be able to adjust it.
I meant just the size.
You can right-click on the token, click on the gear, and then there's an aura radius on the that you can put on the token.
Why does the gear only comes up sometimes? Why? I'll keep in mind for now.
Okay.
So it should be able. Oh yeah, I can expand it. What the hell? 5, 10, 15, 20. So it goes up here. Nope. Sorry, everyone who's listening to this and super enthused.
Well, as
Hey,
oh, wow, that is still large. But hey, we're learning a new thing. This is our first session with Roll20, so of course there's going to be some
growing pains.
yeah.
Okie doke. So yeah, he's pretty well sequestered.
So that area is difficult terrain. So 5 foot becomes 10-foot movement.
Okay. As you cast it, he seems to pull himself out, but you also see him pretty well panicking where he is.
Didn't get what I wanted, but that works either way.
Leanna?
Leanna is going to... seeing that Estelle has that Duergar well in hand, she's going to go 5, 10, 15, and throw a card at the closest Duergar to her. Regular card.
Understood.
Uh, 16 to hit.
16 just hits.
For 7 points of damage.
Okie dokie, so that's... Okay, you're down. Okie doke.
And bonus action, second card. Another 16.
Hits.
That's 10 points of damage.
Oh, okay.
As these cards are flicked from your wrist expertly and quickly, they're embedded in both of his pectorals, and he just, and he looks confused as to how playing cards can somehow pierce his armor, and looks at you pissed.
Leanna's then going to take 15 foot movement backwards and give a sweeping bow.
Okie doke. Both of your turns are good?
Yes, mine is.
Okay. So, boy who just got his nipples pierced by cards is going to go 1, 2, 3 over to you, Leanna. And this guy is pissed. He's taking a swing. Disadvantage. Oh, God. Guys, come on. That's a 10.
Hey.
As he once again, with that sunlight sensitivity, swings clear over your head.
Uh-oh. Is it mean that I wish I had the daylight spell?
3, 4. Yeah, he's in range of you. This Durgar is going to take a swing at you, Passeth.
Bring it.
Are you fucking kidding? Another 10.
Nah.
It's again swings and you fucking parry it again with the shield on your arm, and he just so angry. He's like frothing at the mouth with anger right now. The Durgar, who is a good 40 feet away from you guys up the trail, sees the entirety of his area just encompassed in vines and looks up and immediately drops his weapon and holds up his hands. Okay.
Oh, good.
Smart
One
one.
of them is smart. Yeah.
D5, okay. So, boy who just took damage. Why do I think I fucked up the initiative order. Whoops. He moved again when he shouldn't have. So it's a good thing he missed. Yeah, I'll say that was his turn because I fucked up the initiative order. So, Passeth, it is actually your turn.
Same thing with this guy. Harpoon to the knee.
Okie doke.
That's
Yeah,
a
that hit.
23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
8 damage.
As you shoot the harpoon, wait, hold on. 3, 5. As you shoot the harpoon and go straight through his knee, he gets down on the ground like the leader before him, and he is just gritting his teeth at you, blood just oozing from his leg and injuries all over his body.
Just trying to put my hand straight against his forehead. 21 for the magic stone.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
stone shot. For an extra 7 damage.
Funny enough, as you put your barrel up against his head, the rock shoots out, makes contact, and you hear it kunk, go right back in its chamber as it just bounced off his head, and the dude just falls over, knocked out.
Woo!
Bullying these guys.
Yeah, this was... I gave him sunlight sensitivity because I thought, okay, they hit like Mack trucks. It would be really unfair, but Jesus.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Since I'm still riding on my BB, he's going to try to punch. That's a natural 2. He does not punch.
The Durgar, who is so focused on Lyanna, just parries your hit.
That'll be my turn.
Okie dokie, Lyanna and Estelle, it is your turn.
Would you like to go first this time, or shall I go again?
Lyanna?
No.
Uh-oh.
We cannot hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. I was muted. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
we
that's
go.
good. That's good. So,
Okay. I was asking if I, just confirming if I get disadvantage throwing cards in melee.
If it's considered a ranged weapon, yeah, it's considered a thrown weapon, so
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Then Leanna will go 5, 10, 15, and flank the Dwergar with Passa, getting advantage to negate that,
Understood.
and throw a card. 12 does not hit,
12. No, bounces off his pauldron.
and bonus action second card. That's a 9. That also doesn't hit.
No, he is focused on you, and everything you throw at him, he is taking like a champ and trying to get some measure of revenge on you.
question. Is he so focused on Leona that his back is completely turned to me, and unless I miss myself, this is gonna be fun. Estelle is going to aim a guiding bolt right at the back of his head.
Okay, roll to hit.
And rolling it. That's a 21 to hit for 10 radiant damage.
Okie dokie. As you extend your finger, or you extend your hand in your umbral form, the starlight coalesces once more, shooting out, and you hit this boy directly in the back of the head. And as you do so, his form shrinks and he falls lazily in front of Leanna.
Oh, that's disappointing. I wanted to hit him with the arrow shot.
And we have just wanted to leave.
And with that, combat is over. Sorry. So, everyone, what are you doing?
Start dragging them over to this tree over here. Just propping them up against it.
And Leanna's going to
Prepping.
go over to the one who surrendered.
Wrong tree blinks.
No, it's that one. Yeah.
Okay, get all of you over here. Leanna's going over to the one that surrendered. I'm assuming not going in the vines.
No, she's standing outside the vines.
And Estelle?
Estelle is going to honestly, at this current moment, her immediate idea is, let's see if these guys have anything to that we could use that they don't. No, that's mean. Leave them be. They've already lost heart enough. And then is just gonna move over to the edge of the vines with Leanna and then just appreciate her handiwork.
What made you guys want to attack us? We just wanted to go past and mind our own business.
Hey, I didn't want any part of this anyway.
Alright, so we'll just go and leave you to deal with your companions.
You're just gonna let me go.
Yes, we didn't want to do anything with this to begin with. Why would we do anything else?
Hey, I ain't questioning my good luck. I don't know why I'm southern now.
I would like to quickly, with chalk on their breastplate, moving their beard out of the way so it's a little bit hidden, just dummy in Dwarven on each of them.
Yeah, easy enough.
Dummy, 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 dummy.
I mean, yeah,
Oh.
if you want, hey, Ori, if you're wanting, if you're allowing me to go, I won't cause you any problem.
Thank you. Alright. Let's continue traveling, everyone.
Estelle's going to ask, uh, did you attack simply to get more stuff, or did you need supplies, or just for the fun of it?
He looks at you like he doesn't comprehend what you're saying.
Do you have plenty of supplies for your journey? You saw travelers and wanted to take theirs, or just because?
Again, he looks at you,
Oh,
physically
wait.
not comprehending what you're saying.
Translation. That's right. Forgot. Uh.
I repeat it in
Oh.
Dwarven.
It's odd being the only one not being able to understand things.
I can understand. I'm just surprised that I'm being understood.
Uh,
Did you just need supplies, or were you looking for a fight in
he
Dwarven?
he looks, and he looks like he has a very hard time trying to come up with an answer. He can't come up with something.
I think they were just looking for a fight. Don't worry about it.
Alright. Let's go.
So you guys leave?
Yes.
Yep.
Estelle is too kind. She's just gonna leave 5 rations on the ground, let the vines drop, and walk away.
Estelle, you would see as the vines drop, as Paseth and Leanna are walking, that he looks back at you, looks at the rations, and roll an insight check.
Alright. That's a 23.
There is gratitude in those eyes. He is physically motioning the best he can a thank you.
Estelle smiles and waves and keeps on walking.
Okay. Can I get one more perception check from everyone?
Okay.
17.
It's a natural one.
Aw. Pass 14 from Estelle.
Yeah, no, the day is fine. You guys got through an entire. You guys fought 4 fucking Dwargar with no damage taken.
I didn't even have to expend the spell slot.
I only used one of my 3 special cards.
I used only one spell slot because Entangle was the one spell slot. The 2 guiding bolts that I used were proficiency bonus times for free.
Oh god. And as you guys leave, the day and a half of travel is simple enough. As Estelle, you lead the way. And as you guys camp, bed, and rest for the night, and then come back the next day. Seeing as how this is a well-traveled road, you face no issues at the evening. And as you guys get closer and closer, and Estelle, you know and recognize that you're getting closer and closer to home, Leanna and Paseth, you see something you have never seen before in your lives. You see lines and lines of bipedal elephants walking in a similar direction.
That's different.
Oh,
If
never
if
seen
you thought
anything like that before.
uh Estelle will uh look to Leanna and say, if you thought New Pass had an eclectic bunch of people living there, welcome to Shareknatal.
And as you say those words, Estelle, there's a flick from an ear of one of those elephant individuals, and they look down towards you. Are you heading there as well?
Yes, we are.
Are you also there? Ugh, blah, blah, blah. Are you also going to pay your respects as well?
Pay respects. Did someone die?
No. We hope not, at least. We wish to pay our respects to the one named Laurel, a friend of ours, someone who helped our kind.
That
We heard
that
she recently took sick.
Estelle is very blank-faced, just shocked. Color drains a little bit and starts running.
One of your party members is just booking it away from you guys.
Leanna follows, but is also probably faster.
Full speed on the battle bot is 40 feet, so I'm also pretty fast.
Action dash, bonus action dash.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
As you
no, Estelle is moving as fast as she possibly can.
I offer a ride to Estelle as I pass her by.
Please,
Come on, come on.
climbs up.
And starts booking it even faster.
Estelle, you point out into the direction exactly where for Paseth to bring you, and you riding on him and Leanna following swiftly beside. You guys run and run and run, and eventually you come across this mound in the ground, a mound about 30 feet tall. Looks like a hill, but Estelle, you know different. You know exactly where this is. This is your home. This is Shareknatal. And as you arrive, in front is a congregation of people. People you recognize, Estelle. You see the faces of Uncle Moss. You see the faces of your this would have been the best time to have this out. You would have seen the faces of your friends from when you were much younger. Why am I blanking on their names? Oh, yeah. You would have seen a purple tiefling, Soleil. You would have seen a half-elf, Luan, as they're all standing over the prone figure of an earth genasi. And this earth genasi looks like this. For those that cannot see, there is a picture of a female earth genasi with silver crystals coming out of her head as hair and a golden necklace, wreath of necklaces around her neck, and a red cape draped over her shoulder. Her eyes are glazed over naturally with a silver tone. And Estelle, you would notice that beyond just your friends, your family, you see the elders. And Leanna and Paseth, you would see an interesting sight yourself as the elders of Shor Ruknatal, those that make up the name, show the leader, the eldest, a man with very reptilian features and slitted eyes, who looks scornfully up at the arriving party. A man next to him, a human Ruck, who looks to be oddly close to Sho. Nat, a wood elf female, looking on coldly. An owl, a half-orc female, who just holds a battle axe in her arms. And as you guys approach, finally, you hear from Sho, the reptilian man. So, the bad luck has come back. Just in time. And that is where we'll end the session.
Good session.
Oh, very good session.
Good stuff.
This was great. Thank you very much for
Thank you for
DMing again
running.
for us.
Thank you very much for being my players today. I appreciate it immensely. And for whoever is listening, thank you for listening. We'll be back next week with another episode of Tiān 2. Again, thank you all, love you, and have a wonderful day.